Welcome in, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Oh, thank you, Scott. That's so pretty. Happy Tuesday. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Tuesday. If you guys could do me a big favor and hit that share arrow in the bottom right hand corner. Thank you, Heather. There's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts the live into your friends' FYPs and helps us grow this beautiful porch. Feel free to write your story requests in all capital letters. Hi, Lemons. Tuesday has been a Monday. Yeah, I agree. Feel free to write your story requests in all capital letters. I'll write them down, and then we will vote. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the porch. Aw, Steph, I love that your kitty's watching. Tell her I said, Brew. Hi, Sentahua. Hi, Justin. Hi, Lady Rose. Hi, Melissa. Hi, AMG. Hi, Robin. Hi, Queen Loyal. Hi, Margaret. Hi, Songbird. I'm good, Heather. How are you? Oh, I got the slow blink. Yes, I knew I would. Kitties. I'm like a kitty whisperer. Melissa, this app is always misbehaving. It's not just you. Hi, Sam. Hi, Voodoo Daddy. Yes, I was in the storms. That was the storm that started hitting me last night and continued through today a couple times. And yes, I am okay. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Elizabeth, that was so cute. Meowsic trumpet. Thanks. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. I do write and record all of these stories myself, and you can listen to them on my YT channel as well as all of the podcast streaming sites whenever you would like. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. I also have all of the links in my bio. Hi, Khaleesi. Feel free to write your story requests hi, Eric, in all capital letters, and I will write them down and we will vote. Amy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Also, if you guys could do me a big favor, if you could hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner, there is a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts the live into your friends' FYPs. And it helps us grow our beautiful porch. And I will set up the first poll with your requests, and I'll be right back. Oh, thank you, Sam. That's awesome. I love that. Thank you. Hi, Monique. Sunshine, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Tommy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Heather, thank you for the funny hiding gift. Very cool, Sam. I love that. Also, thank you to those of you tapping the screen. The 10K does get us pushed out, and every 10K gets us pushed out. So thank you so much. Oh, Gavin, that's so sweet of you. If you click my profile picture at the top left corner, there's a thing that says B1 gift gallery. And if you click on that, I'm supposed to fill those every week. So you can pick from any of those, and it would be so helpful and kind. That's so sweet of you to offer and ask. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of you guys have kids that went back to school, right? Oh, thank you so much, Chelsea. Welcome in. I love that, Heather. Gavin, thank you for the cowboy hat. Voodoo Daddy, thank you for the cow napper. Yeehaw! And Maureen, thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for helping me with my gift gallery. I'm setting up the first poll for us to vote for the first story. Feel free to grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, and welcome to the porch. And as I always say, there is always room for one more on the porch. And yes, Sentahuad Justin is literally the sweetest person. He is just a gem of a human. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you for the roses, Gavin. I appreciate it. Katie and Tara, thanks for the cozy cryptids. Welcome in. Thanks, Linda. All right, you guys. The first poll is ready. We have the fairy trees, which is the new story of the week. We have the man in the red coat. We have the Sasquatch stalker. We have the Lake Worth monster. And we have the djinn. You can vote in the blue box in the top left-hand corner. Aw, Gavin, you're so sweet. I'll do that anytime. 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 I'm glad you came back. It's nice to have you here. And I do remember that she was laying in bed, right? Or you guys were like next to each other. Maybe not bed, but like the couch or something. You guys were next to each other. Oh, thank you so much, Gavin. I appreciate it. I love sharing folklore and spooky stories with you guys. Who's it going to be, guys? We've got the fairy trees, the man in the red coat, the Sasquatch stalker, the Lake Worth monster, and the djinn. Hi, Tater Tot. Hi, Brittany. Steven, thanks for the cow napping. Thanks, Justin. You're so kind. Hi, Yaya. Hi, Delphi. And the winner is, thank you, Deborah. That's so cute. The winner is The Fairy Trees, the new story of the week, which premiered yesterday. All right, guys, grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, and I will be right back with the tale of the fairy trees. And if you could do me a big favor while I'm setting that up, thank you, Stephen. Hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner. There is a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts the live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. Also, sharing to your stories, sharing with your friends, and tapping helps too. I'll be right back. Happy Tuesday. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Stephen. I love that gift. Also, just in case you guys didn't know, hi, Taylor. Hi, Tamara. Thank you, Tara. If you guys have not caught this one yet, this story is the new one of the week. And this story is dear to my heart because this is folklore from not only my ancestors, but my world of magic and the kind of witch that I am. So I picked this topic myself. Usually most of the stories are suggestions from you guys when it comes to local folklore or cultural things, but this one is from me. And so I hope you guys like it. It's a very special story to me, and I'm not sure how many people already knew this or not, but yeah, last night when I read it, a massive thunderstorm started going, and it was kind of amazing because it was my first time reading it live, and all the elements came to say hi. So it was very cool. No, Glossa, I didn't. Nothing's changed. Maybe swipe out and try to come back in. Queen Cece, where are you located? Thanks, Joe. Yeah, it was storming like crazy yesterday. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, yes. North Carolina is getting slammed. Thank you, Stephen. One of my best guy friends was flying back from Boston, and he got rerouted and had to land in Wilmington for the night because of the storms. He was trying to go back to Greensboro, so I was like, well, that's... Thank you, Tara. I love the cow napping. It's so cute. Very cool, Elizabeth. I love that area. All right, be right back. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Palace Society, this is the tale of fairy trees. There are some places in the world where people will move mountains to build a road. And then there are places where people will move the road to avoid a single tree. Not because of engineering, not because of convenience, but because of something older. Something whispered about for centuries. Something living between folklore and fear. The belief that some trees are not just trees. They are homes, doorways, places where the unseen world touches our own. For centuries across the forests and fields of Ireland, Scotland, England, and even parts of Appalachia, people have believed that some trees are not simply trees. They are something more. They are places where the human world touches something unseen, and they are known as fairy trees. And some of these trees are believed to be even more mysterious, and those are referred to as portal trees, living doorways that connect our world to hidden realms beyond our own. Today, many people pass these trees without a second thought. They see twisted branches, ancient trunks, and strange shapes created by centuries of wind and weather. But for generations before us, those same trees were treated with reverence, respect, and sometimes even fear. Thank you, Gavin. Because according to old folklore, these trees belong to the beings that lived just beyond human sight. The story of fairy trees began centuries ago, at a time when people lived much closer to the natural world than we do today. They believed that the world was filled with unseen forces. Rivers had spirits, mountains had personalities, storms had moods, and certain places were sacred. And forests were not simply collections of trees. Thank you, Gavin. They were places where the boundary between the known and the unknown became thin. Across Ireland and Scotland, people spoke of a hidden realm that existed alongside our own. Thank you, Stephen. A mysterious world inhabited by beings often called the fair folk or the fae. But these were not the tiny, cheerful fairies of modern children's stories. Thanks, Mary. The fae of ancient tradition are powerful elemental entities. The fair folk were called fair for a reason. They were viewed as the keepers of natural balance, the primordial form of justice. And they became angered when humans disrespected the natural world. And among the places where these beings were believed to gather were certain unusual trees. Sometimes it would be hundreds of years old, with branches twisted into strange shapes. And people wondered why. Had this one tree survived when everything around it had changed? Why did storms not destroy it? Why did generations of people continue to leave it standing? The answer, according to folklore, was that that tree was protected. It was a home, a meeting place, a doorway, and it belonged to the fairies. Farmers would carefully plow around these trees rather than cut them down. And roads are redirected to avoid them. And some of the trees, special trees, developed an even stranger reputation. They became known as portal trees. According to folklore, certain trees would act as doorways between the worlds. Hollow trees, twisted trees, trees that appeared to have a doorway. Stories developed about people who entered these strange openings and experienced impossible things. Stories of people who disappeared for what seemed like only minutes, only to discover that hours, days, or even years had passed. Hi, Tommy. The idea of lost time is one of the most common themes in fairy folklore. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you, Phyllis. Thanks, Tara. The belief was that the fairy realm did not follow the same rules as our world, and that time behaves differently there. But perhaps one of the most fascinating traditions surrounding portal trees was their connection to healing. For centuries, people across parts of Britain, Europe, and Appalachia believed certain trees had the power to remove illness. One old practice involved passing a sick child through an opening or a split in a tree. The belief was that the sickness would be left behind inside the tree, while the child would emerge healed. The tree became a bridge between sickness and health, between the old ways and the new. And of all the warnings surrounding fairy trees, one became the most well-known. Never cut one down. Respect the trees, respect the land, respect the mysteries you do not understand. But fairy trees are not just a tradition from the past. They still exist today. Travel through parts of Ireland, Scotland, and Appalachia, and you will still find trees decorated with ribbons, coins, flowers, and small offerings. People still visit them. Some leave wishes, some leave gifts. Some simply stand beneath their branches and appreciate the history vibrating around them. A reminder that the world is older and stranger than we remember. Yes, Tara, you found the rhyme. I actually sneak rhymes in a lot of my stories, and most of the time nobody notices. When you first hear about fairy trees, it's easy to assume that they are just stories people tell their children. Tiny creatures hiding beneath roots in magical forests. Old legends from a world that no longer exists. But the more you look into it, you'll realize something strange. People don't just tell these stories about these trees. They change their lives because of them. Across Ireland and parts of Scotland, certain lone hawthorn trees are surrounded by stories of the fair folk. And not the cute, harmless creatures from children's fairy tales. The older legends describe something much more complicated. The fairies are powerful, capable of blessing a person or ruining their life. They were not creatures you invited in, they were beings you respected. And above all else, you do not disturb their homes. That belief became so deeply rooted that farmers avoided cutting certain trees, even when the tree stood alone in the middle of valuable farmland. They just would plow around them. They would leave them untouched, and they're still there, generations later. Because removing one is believed to invite disaster. Thank you, Raven. Thank you, Peter. A sick child, a failed harvest, a streak of terrible luck. What fascinated me wasn't just the older stories. It was how our modern world had collided with them. Because even today, roads are built around these special trees. Construction projects are rerouted. Machines are stopped and plans are completely redesigned. All because someone looks at a single tree and decides, nah, we're not cutting that one down. Perhaps the mystery of fairy trees isn't only about whether supernatural beings live among their branches. Perhaps the deeper mystery is why humans across so many cultures for centuries have always looked at certain trees and felt that they were special. Maybe it's because an ancient tree is already something magical. It stands for hundreds of years. It can survive storms that destroy everything around it. It can grow from a tiny seed into something that outlives countless generations. It witnesses births, deaths, war, celebrations, and forgotten moments in history. The trees remember a world that no human alive today has ever seen. And trees are, in fact, vital to the survival of the human race. Thank you, Sandy. Maybe that's why, in ancient times, trees were revered. And maybe that is why people believe some trees are doorways. Because standing beneath the branches of an ancient tree, feeling the vibration of the earth and the breeze on your skin, it's easy to imagine that there is more to this world than what we can see with our eyes. That somewhere beyond the roots and leaves, hidden just beyond the edge of human understanding, there may still be places where the old stories are waiting. Places where the boundary between worlds grows thin. And perhaps, thank you, Stephen, thank you, Steppa, and perhaps somewhere deep in the woods near you, there are still trees that are not just trees. Reminders that the world still holds mysteries that we have yet to uncover. And that's the tale of the fairy trees. Yes, Brittany, same thing. Witches, trees are the same thing. Witch is a very modern word in terms of like going all the way back. So yeah, it's all the same world. Witch trees are the same concept. Unless it's a tree where witches were hung. And then that's totally different. Because those exist too. Exactly, Gavin. It's all the same umbrella, pretty much. So I hope you guys liked that one. That was the new story of the week, and that was actually my choice of topic because I am an elemental witch and it's kind of my jam. So I thought it would be fun to share with you guys some of the folklore from my ancestors and what, I believe. Oh, Brittany, really? Oh, that was a terrible move for them. Well, Voodoo, it depends. It depends, like, yeah, basically. Pretty much. But not always. Like, it depends on, like, how do you define green witch? Like, what, because, yeah, no, they're not. Oh, you can be an elemental witch and be a green witch, but you can also be a green witch and not be an elemental witch. Does that make sense? Because green witches deal with a lot of just the plants and the herbs and stuff like that, right? All toads are frogs and not all frogs are exactly. It's just like that, yeah. Yeah, okay. So an elemental witch is more about like we call the elements and the vibration of the earth itself. And it actually has a lot to do with like crystals are elemental, and because they actually have vibration and channel frequencies. So elemental is kind of like all of the four elements channeled through vibration and energy. And it's just but green witch, if that makes sense, like if I like a green witch is still the plant side of it, so it still is one of the elements. I mean, it's still earth, but I would still call you I would still call you a green witch. Does that make sense? Because I don't really do a whole lot with herbs and plants. I have a green thumb. I'm very good at growing things, but I am not like a plant. Like the trees and stuff are more like I'm not an herb expert. Does that make sense? Like I do know about them, but I don't do like mix them into tinctures or anything like that. I don't really do I don't even know what that would be called. Is that ritual stuff? Like the tinctures and stuff like that? Yeah, Gavin. Yeah. Like I don't even know how to explain it. Yeah, I'm not an herbalist. Yeah. I don't really know how to explain it, but like I call upon like the primordial energy of the earth. I don't really even like do spell work or ritual stuff or really anything like that. And I found that I don't know a lot of other witches that don't do spell work. But that's because I've honestly like never really had to. Thank you, Sandy. But I also think it depends on like, I do believe it depends on lineage and stuff because I do think you inherit traumas and knowledge from your genetics, from ancestors. And I think that it doesn't mean Like everybody can't, but I think that there are lines that are just more powerful. And I hate to say it, but does that make sense? Like, I think because it's just in the genetic code. Just like there are people who are born good athletes. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, me neither, Elizabeth. That's so cool, Phyllis. I would love that. Absolutely. I would love that. I would love salves. Like balms or something. I would love that. Yeah, Gavin. Yeah. And it's like, I don't even mean to say that in like a way, because I actually didn't come into my power till very late in life. So, but when I did, it was like instant. It was almost needing zero practice or training or anything. Like, it was very intense. It was a very intense growth period. But and then it's because I literally go back to like the Druids. So like my family are probably like, I go back to I can trace it to the 1300s, and then there's no more records. So don't worry, Fairy Witch, welcome in. Welcome in. All right, guys. Anyway, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope you guys liked that. And if you ever have any more elemental questions, I do have Witchy Wednesday every Wednesday, which is tomorrow. It starts at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm on camera and I hang out and we talk about anything. Astrology, plants, trees, crystals, animals, anything. Oh, same with me. Elizabeth, same. But I feel like, without meaning to, I feel like we formed a little coven here because a large percentage of us in here are in fact witches, and we hang out with each other every single night. And we level our nervous systems together. So I think that the universe kind of made it happen, whether we wanted it to or not. Because you all found me somehow, you know? So I love that, Gavin. That's so cool. Yeah, and that's what a lot of people have said, Elizabeth. A lot of people have reached out to me and said that. And I am a daughter of Salem, which is in the witch lore, the supreme has to be, right? Oh, me too, Justin. Yeah, exactly. Brittany said, lured by a siren song. Yes. Exactly, James. Exactly. I know, I love that. Lured by a siren song. Oh, hey, Kim. Tell her we say hey. All right, guys, I'll set up the next poll. Yeah, the seedless stuff pisses me off, Phyllis. I can't even talk about it. It makes me so angry. How dare you? That is not how dare you think you own the food from the earth? You copyright that shit? Like, yeah. That's a whole trigger for... No, it's okay, Phyllis. It's just a whole trigger for me. I didn't mean how dare you. I meant how dare them. How dare them think they own and can... Me too, Phyllis. How dare they think they can copyright vegetables? They can copyright plant? Like trademark? Are you fucking kidding? Yep. And that is just a special version of late stage capitalism that you see in superhero movies when there's an evil fucking villain who's doing... That's literally where we're at. That's some evil villain shit. Yeah, exactly, Gavin. That's some real top tier evil villain shit. And so we are definitely in the late stages of capitalism, and the Rome is falling for sure. So yeah. Anyway, on that note, I'll be right back with the next poll. Happy Tuesday. Also, a fun one that'll enrage all of you guys if you didn't know. Back when they were building towns in like bulk, and they went out and they decided that they were only going to use male trees. Okay? Because why? Who fucking knows? Because they didn't want to clean up fruit or whatever. So then guess what? That's why we all have raging allergies that nobody used to have, because the male trees are all we have everywhere, and they're just spraying their seeds everywhere, and there are no female trees to grab them and to produce flowers and fruit from unless you plant them in your own yard. Every single city planner in the nation planted only male trees in all of the most populated cities in our country. Yep. So the reason everybody has allergies, we literally wouldn't have to pay for allergy stuff and all that bullshit and have all those chemicals put in our bodies for allergy medicine if they had just planted female trees too. Yeah, it's enraging. Give it a goog. It is absolutely absurd. So all that pollen blowing everywhere is just male tree semen with nowhere to go, with no female trees to impregnate. Instead, it's going up your nose. Gavin said, seriously, I'm allergic to tree sperms? That's crazy. Yeah. I know, most people don't know that. That's why I'm like the tree lady. Trust me. Look it up. It is insane. And I don't know if every country is like that, but I do know in America that was in fact, yep, exactly. They chose male trees. And yep. So it's a whole... Voodoo Daddy said, I've been saved by a tree. Yeah, everybody says I feel violent. Yeah. So every time you sneeze and sniff, that's a male tree sperm that has nowhere to go but your nose. Justin said I won't be using that dancer name. I know, guys. I know. And I hate to pop that bubble for you, but it is a very... Tina said I'm pregnant. Yeah, Lady Rose. Of course they did. Of course, yeah. Because why would you want the one that produces fruit and flowers? Just pick the one that produces pollen. Like, are they insane? Anyway, be right back with the next poll. Happy Tuesday. Gavin said, wait, where'd it go? Wait, who said? Oh, Jay said off to walk naked in a forest. Well, in the forest, here's the thing. In the forests, there are both. If you go to an actual like forest that hasn't been, but in all like suburban areas, city centers, all anywhere that's not like an actual old forest that wasn't planted by humans in the 1950s, like then they're all male trees. But like going to like national, like Yosemite and stuff, they definitely probably still have female trees. You know what I mean? Like those places still have, but yeah. And can you imagine like, cause you can plant whatever you want in your yard. So like, can you imagine like you plant a flowering tree in your yard and she's just assaulted by 7 million male trees. She's like, Jesus Christ. Why did I have to be planted in America? Anyway, be right back. But you still do want to hug trees. Their vibrations are great for you. I know, Justin. I really am full of the most random information. Me too, Gavin. I'm a hugger. Don, when I grew plants, we never wanted male buds. Why? But you also live in England. Like I said, I can only speak for. I learned this about the United States. Oh, for small. Duh. Sorry, that was a little slow, and I'm like such a Mary Jane lover. I don't know how I didn't catch that. Phyllis, are you in Scotland? And Queen Anne, you're in Wales? Cool. I've been to England and Wales. All right, you guys, the next poll is ready. We have the Red Mesa. We have Hug and Molly. We have the Sasquatch Stalker. We have the Lake Worth Monster. And we have Frost Haven. And you can vote in the blue box in the top left-hand corner. And you can vote for more than one story. And you can vote up to 50 times. Who's it gonna be? We've got Red Mesa, Hug and Molly, Sasquatch Stalker, the Lake Worth Monster, and Frost Haven. And the poll is, we have 1 minute and 36 seconds left, so if you want to vote, do it now. Gavin, they really do, don't they? Thank you, Dawn. And the winner is Frosthaven Hill by 2 votes. That was so close. Gabriel, it often hides under the hot pink universe banner when somebody gets a universe. It's really annoying. And sometimes it doesn't show up for people and you just have to swipe out and come back in. But don't worry, there's more polls. So hopefully you'll see the next one. All right, guys, I'll be right back with... Yeah, the hot pink. I'll be right back with Frosthaven Hill. Oh, Gabriel, the new people who purchased it are running it into the ground on purpose. So that's never going to happen, unfortunately. Hi, Matt. Yeah, Gabriel, I know. Thank you, Peaceful. Yeah, Gavin. All kinds of fun porch stickers. Tashina, thank you for the follow. Thanks, Robin. This is one of the older ones I'm going to have to redo, but I think it should be okay for one time. Tashina, I love your name. Am I saying it right? Your name is so cool. Tashiana? Is that right? That's a beautiful name. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, this one's not that great anyway, because these are screen grabs of the videos, because my YT stories, all the backgrounds, like these are videos. Like it was snowing. Like it's snowing in the YT version. Wait, okay, Tashine. Tashine. Oh, cool. Tashina. Tashina. I like that. Tashina. That's pretty. Tashina, welcome in. I like to say it right. Tashina. Oh my God, Robin, thank you for the beautiful gowns. Do you guys see that? And look at the box. Robin, thanks. How pretty is that? I wish I had that dress. I don't know where the hell I would wear it, but it's pretty, right? I wish I had that dress. I would just wear it around the house, I guess. Thank you, Skrilla. Miss May, thank you for the hand hearts. I know, those are so beautiful, Robin. Thanks. Yeah, I would just like wear that to the grocery store. People be like, what is wrong with that lady? And I love the box it comes out of. It's just so beautiful. Thanks, Robin. I know Town Car says I want that dress. Me too. Like, where you want. Yeah, thank you. He says I'm a man and I would wear it. Town Car. I just figured when he said I want that dress. You're so funny. Oh no, Miss May, you already follow me here. That's all you need to do. But thank you for subscribing on YT. Yeah, subscribing on YT is like the same thing as following on TikTok. Thank you so much. And I have a playlist over there too that will help you fall asleep. Me too. I would twirl. Yep. That's why my parents used to take me to get Easter dresses when I was a little girl. And I had this thing called a twirl test. And I'm not going to lie. I don't do that anymore, but I still kind of do. Like, I don't only decide if a dress, like I'll still have dresses that don't twirl, but I'm not going to lie. It gets extra points if it passes the twirl test. And that dress for sure passes the twirl test. But right now where I live, people don't really wear like dresses a lot. When I first moved here, I was really overdressed everywhere and everybody just thought I was a bitch. So I kind of had to like, you know, blend in a little bit more. Oh, you're a twirler too, Robin? Yes. James. Gavin. Yes, exactly. How big the flare was. You're right. Protecting my, yep. How big it flared out. And my God. I remember one year I had this light yellow Easter dress and that thing had like layers. Like that thing was like a hoop skirt, motherfucker. That thing was swirled like a dream. Yeah, back then they didn't have pockets, but I do like dresses with pockets now. But like I said, I don't wear a lot of dresses lately. I have a few, but I don't really wear them around here much. Good, Daisy. I can't wait. All right, quick swig and I'll be right back. Can somebody help Voodoo Daddy? It's picture in picture, Voodoo Daddy. The settings is your picture in picture setting. But I'm sure somebody in the chat can help give you better instructions. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of Frosthaven Hill. Yeah, Pneumastic, it hasn't been working for a lot of us. But I think he's asking it as if he's actually never done it before. So maybe it will work. We don't know what version he's on, you know what I mean? But agreed, it has not been working, and it's a fucking enraging. It all started with an impulsive decision to escape for a long weekend. Winter was dragging on, and the holidays had come and gone, leaving behind that bleak, gray stretch of January where the world feels permanently stuck in twilight. When my friend Eric suggested we rent a cabin in Frosthaven Hill, I didn't hesitate. It was supposed to be a quiet, snowy getaway, just the two of us. The cabin wasn't far, maybe a 2-hour drive from the city, perched in the middle of nowhere on an unassuming patch of Appalachian forest. I remember Eric finding it on one of those rental sites. The pictures made it look cozy, charming, an A-frame nestled against a backdrop of snow-laden pines, complete with a wood-burning stove and a loft bedroom that overlooked a frozen creek. It looked perfect. It wasn't until we were halfway there that the first red flag appeared. The snow had started falling by the time we reached the access road, and it wasn't just flurries. It was a thick, relentless cascade that made it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. The GPS signal kept cutting out, leaving us blindly following a narrow, winding path. I kept glancing at Eric. "I thought you said this place was popular," I muttered. The road honestly looked deserted. There were no tire tracks, no sign of life anywhere. He told me that the reviews he had read online were great. He suggested that maybe we were just early in the season, but he didn't sound very convinced himself. By the time we reached the cabin, I was ready to call it a night and crack open the whiskey that we had brought along. The cabin itself was fine. At first glance, it was exactly as advertised, rustic, cozy, and blanketed in snow. Thank you, Songbird. But stepping inside felt off, like walking into a stranger's house instead of a rental. The furnishings were worn in a way that felt less charming and more forgotten. I unpacked while Eric started a fire in the stove. The wind was already howling outside and the snow was piling up fast. I joked about us being snowed in by morning, but Eric didn't laugh. "Yeah, the liquor." Liquor. That first night passed eventually. Pretty uneventful. Though I barely slept. I don't know if it was the unfamiliar setting or the way the wind seemed to scream against the windows, but something kept me on edge all night. Then around 3 a.m., I thought I heard footsteps crunching in the snow outside. But when I peeked through the curtains, there was nothing there, just an empty moonlit yard swallowed by the blizzard. The next morning, we realized We no longer had cell phone service. Eric tried to brush it off, saying the storm probably knocked a tower out, but he didn't seem very sure. The snow had buried the car up to its doors, and the nearest town was miles away, so we were officially stuck. It wasn't until I found the door in the floor that things started getting strange. I was rifling through the pantry, looking for something to make for lunch, when I noticed a corner of the rug bunched up near the woodpile. Beneath it was a small iron ring embedded in a door. "Hey, did you see this?" I called out to Eric. He came over for a second, and then we both just stared at it. The ring was stiff and ice cold to the touch, like it hadn't been moved in years. We debated whether or not to open it. Eric was hesitant, but curiosity got the better of me. And when I pulled the door open, it revealed a narrow staircase leading into the darkness. The basement, or whatever it was, didn't really match the rest of the cabin. It was unfinished with dirt walls and a low ceiling, and the air smelled damp and faintly of rotting wood. There were no lights, so we used inadequate flashlights to explore. At first, it seemed empty, and then Eric spotted carvings along the walls. Strange symbols deep in the dirt. And in the center of the room, there was a shallow pit lined with smooth stones. Inside the pit, there was a pile of burned objects. Charred scraps of wood, blackened bones that looked almost too big to be an animal, and what looked like a melted, deformed doll. "We shouldn't be here," Eric muttered. He was pale, and I could hear the tremor in his voice. I agreed, and we went back up. When we finally climbed back up and closed the door, the cabin felt colder, and the chill never went away after that. That night, the power went out, and the temperature plummeted, and the stove struggled to keep up. We layered on blankets and huddled in the loft, listening to the storm batter the walls. Around midnight, I heard it again. I swear, footsteps in the snow. I nudged Eric awake, and we both sat in silence, straining to hear. Then there was a soft scraping noise that came from the front door. Then a slow, deliberate knock. We didn't move. Neither of us dared to even breathe. We just looked at each other. After what felt like an eternity, the knocking stopped, but the sound of the footsteps lingered, pacing back and forth. Is it somebody in trouble? Eric said we were not finding out. When the morning came, we found the front door wide open. The snow outside was untouched. There were no footprints, no sign anyone had been there. The next few days blurred into a waking nightmare. Strange things kept happening. Our firewood would disappear and then reappear later in odd places like the bathroom or the middle of the kitchen floor. At night, shadows danced across the walls, even when there was no light to cast them. And Eric, he became withdrawn, refusing to talk about anything we were experiencing. And one night I woke up and I found him standing by the window, staring out at the woods, with this blank look in his eyes I've never seen. When I asked him what he was doing, he said in almost a trance, "It's watching us." And then he just climbed back into bed without another word. The final straw came when I found him down in the basement, or whatever that place is, crouched down by the pit. He didn't even hear me calling his name. His eyes were wide and fixed on something that I could not see. When I finally managed to pull him away, he whispered, "It wants us to stay." I didn't even ask what he meant. I didn't even want to know. I packed up our shit and we left in the morning. The storm had finally eased, and we managed to dig the car out enough to make it back onto the main road. I drove. And to this day, I don't know what we encountered in that cabin. Eric won't talk about it, and he hasn't really been the same since. We lost touch after that. And sometimes I still think about that trap door and the symbols carved in the earth. And I wonder what we narrowly escaped. And that's the tale of Frosthaven Hill. And thank you to Lady Rose for pulling out and requesting old ones, very obscure old ones that nobody ever requests. I saw a lot of you say, "I've never heard this one." Even Justin has never heard this one, and it's because nobody requests the random old ones, and Lady Rose does. So thank you, Lady Rose, for pulling that one out of the archives. And again, there is a list of all of the stories on the Discord page. So if you see a title like that one that you've never heard, feel free to request it. Because odds are everyone else has never heard it too, and they'll all vote for it, because Lady Rose's story requests literally win almost every night. In case you guys haven't noticed. She always goes and picks the most obscure ones that no one ever heard, and they always win because no one's ever heard them, and she is like on fire with her requests. Right, Matt? She is. She is the GOAT of story requests. So again, there she is. Yep. Thank you, Lady Rose, for again requesting one that nobody's ever heard. I love you for that so much, because as much as I continue to ask people to look at that list, no one really does. So I appreciate that you are, and you're pulling out the more obscure ones. Because it also shows me which one which ones I need to fix the backgrounds on, so that they don't get flagged for blurry, and that's definitely one of them. It really is, Noah. Yeah. Freedom. I'm trying to think of another way to get you the list. Oh, Eric just joined the server. Eric, you okay? No, I'm just kidding. Not the Eric from the story. I'll be right back with the next poll. Good night, Raven. Coco, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. And welcome in, everybody. My name's Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. I do write and record all of these stories myself, and you can listen to them whenever you would like on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. Hi, bud. I also have all of the links in my bio. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Royal Highness. All right, guys, and I'm going to set up the next poll. And if you guys could do me a favor and hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner, there is a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts the live into your friends' FYPs. And it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. Also, sharing to your stories and sharing with your friends helps too. And thank you to everybody tapping the screen. And Justin, no, his name is actually Bud. His name is Bud Morgan. I'm not calling someone Bud like you do, because Justin calls everybody Bud. He's like, hey, Bud. But this gentleman's name is Bud. He's over on YT. Yeah, Matt. Matt knows me well. Bud and Boo Boo. If I say Boo Boo, run. Just kidding, don't run, because you probably need to hear what the fuck I have to say. James, that's really sweet of you. Gavin. It really is beefy. Yep. It's always followed by learn some patience. You're exactly right. Except for that time I called that girl a soft taco. Now, Skrilla, occasionally I can use it in an endearing way, but for when I'm saying it to the trolls, that's when you know, watch out. Thank you, Marlon. But wait, when did I call you Boo Boo? I was probably still being sassy. I was probably still like, I don't think so, Boo Boo. Like, I was probably still being sassy, but I don't even remember calling you that. Exactly, Phyllis. Hi, Ashley. Well, Matt, that's because you're from the South and you know what it means. When I was, okay. Sure, Boo Boo. That warrants a Boo Boo. Sure, Boo Boo. Yeah, Matt, because Southerners know, like, I don't think so, Boo Boo. Like, it's definitely yeah. I think it's a Southern thing. I don't even know where the hell I got it from, but no, Justin, I'm just letting him have that delusion. Your cat's name is Boo Boo? I love that. A Boo Boo, like the bear. You were looking for porch lore last night and ran into someone from my city. What do you mean? I didn't even think about Honey Boo Boo. Ugh. He says Boo Boo is Southern for bad. Cindy Lou, thanks for the follow. Hi, Santanas. All right, you guys. The next poll is ready. We have, and yeah, I agree. Bud can be either for sure. We have, oh, Royal Highness. Somebody will have to write their screen name out again, because his screen name is something really it's not at all what his name's Scream Queen, but he doesn't have the continuity to, he needs to change it to something that's easier to find. Because I can't remember. Everybody has to type it out. It's like, I don't remember. There, thank you, Justin. There it is. Kim, are you okay? How's your eye feeling? But he's not doing it tonight. I don't think. But his name's Daza. And he's cool. But when you look it up, it says Screen Queen. Okay, so here we go. We have... Okay. All right, we have Highway 666, the Devil's Highway. We have Hug and Molly. We have the Mad Scientist. We have the Pine Barrens Beast. And we have the Camper Van. And it's under review. So give me 1 second. Oh, there we go. All right, guys. You can vote in the top left-hand corner. You can vote for more than one story. And you can vote up to 50 times. Who, Justin? Phyllis, you can always listen to the lives on my YT too. If you miss me, like if you don't catch it. All right, guys, who's it gonna be? We have Highway 666, Hug and Molly, Mad Scientist, Pine Barrens Beast, and the Camper Van. Gavin, I don't think Kim was here for the tree sperm that I just ruined everybody in here. Everyone's brain forever. I'm so sorry, you guys. Sometimes random information just comes out of my brain, and I probably shouldn't have told you guys that. Elizabeth said, great, you just reminded me. I'm sorry. And Kevin said, I'll never forget. I'm sorry, you guys. Tara, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Oh, congratulations, Zelda. No, Kim. Yeah. And I explained to them that the city planners in the United States actually in the 1950s all decided to only plant male trees. So there is just pollen blowing around with no female trees to grab it. And so every time they inhale, they're inhaling tree semen that doesn't have anywhere to go. So the only female trees are ones that people plant in their own yards, because every metropolitan area and city planned place only purchases male trees. And so that's why everybody's allergies are so terrible. Yep, it's a thing. because they didn't want to have to clean up fruit and flowers. But that didn't work out so well because they kind of, I don't know, didn't know shit about shit back then. And they gave us all allergies instead because it's not the natural way it's supposed to be. And we wouldn't even have these allergies if it was the natural way it's supposed to be and the female trees were catching the pollen. But, you know, I accidentally told everybody that, and now they can't forget the fact that it's tree semen blowing in their faces and making us all have allergies. Kim. Kim. All right, and the winner is the mad scientist. I'll be right back with that one. I know, and a lot of people had no idea, Tamara, and now I feel like I popped a bubble in your brain, and now you guys are gonna like never look at it again the same. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I should have just not told you guys. Yep, it also, she's correct. Lisa also is correct in saying it also prevents us from having free fruit to eat because they want to be able to charge us for it. And the females are the producers of the fruit. So they were like, nah, we can't just have them able to go pick apples and fucking, yeah, right. Gotta buy them. Male trees only. And then they have to buy allergy medicine too. It's a great plan. They'll just have to buy everything. Exactly, Gavin. You like that laugh, She-Wolf? Exactly, lovely, exactly. Yes, Kathy, all plants are male and female. That's how bees help take the pollen from the male and they spread it around. That's how it gets. Yep. And they have like I'll let you give it a goog, but they definitely have reproductive parts, and I'm not going to ruin that for you guys too, but once you see it, you can't unsee it. But like, look at the stamen and stuff. You're like, oh, okay, flower. So that's okay, Kathy. Yeah, give it a goog. It's actually very interesting how they reproduce. And my chipmunks planted pumpkins for me last year, and this massive pumpkin vine just grew like beautiful green, heavenly crawling vine all over, and then it got a massive, giant piston. Yeah, the piston. There you go, the piston. Wait, what's the stamen then? There's a piston. There's another one. There's one that starts with an S. Anyway, so these beautiful flowers, the pumpkin blossoms, the giant yellow ones, came out, and Kevin probably, and they were so cool, and it said that they would turn into little pumpkins afterwards, after they get fertilized, like pollinated, right? And guess what? Every single one of those flowers just showed up and died, and I never got pumpkins. And I was like, what happened? And my friends were like, oh, you have to so basically they told me that I have to impregnate it myself. I had to somehow, they were trying to say I could go and look it up online, and you can get a thing and go into each flower, and you have to do it yourself because there's not enough bees anymore. And that was really depressing. So we don't even have enough bees anymore. Yeah, paintbrush the pollen on. That's what they said. And we don't even have enough bees to do it anymore. So I didn't even get pumpkins because I just foolishly thought that nature would take care of it. But nope. All the bees are gone, and I got no pumpkins, and I had no idea. And then everyone was like, yeah, you have to do it yourself. I was like, okay, this timeline, I'm a very ancient being, and when the fuck did we have to inseminate pumpkins ourselves? Are we kidding? The bees do. And then I was like, oh yeah, they warned us, and guess what? I saw it firsthand last summer that none of my pumpkins and the flowers were stunning, and they all just shriveled up and died. Not a single one became a pumpkin. So my chipmunks were probably like, she sucks. We're never planting pumpkins for her again. She could not even make those pumpkins. Yeah, it sucked. Thank you, Neil. All right, guys, I'll be right back with the mad scientist. Right, Elizabeth? I forgot it was a piston. I said it was a stamen or some shit, so same. But this year, I went and I bought a bunch of foxglove plants. I bought catmint. I bought, what's the other one that doesn't even smell good? And I was like, why am I buying this? Anyway, I bought a bunch of pollinator plants. Yep, and guess what? Every time I go out to my foxglove, there's little bumblebee butts sticking out of them. So, highly recommend, if you want to help the bees, get some foxglove. They nap in there. They pull in there. Stamen. See, I was right. I was fucking right, Patty. Thank you. Thank you. They had me doubting my... Look at that. Boom. Makes sense now. What? But anyway, foxglove is... Thank you, Patty. Kevin. So, foxglove's really good. Yes, exactly, Rochelle, and a water source, because it will hold water in the little flowers. And it's, yeah, foxglove's amazing. I will warn you, foxglove is in fact a deadly flower. It is one used in the witch world for centuries for women to poison their husbands. It is deadly to humans and to animals if you ingest it. Don't ingest it. That's all you have to do. There's so many flowers that we're not allowed to eat, but it is one of them. So just a warning. Yeah, but Merlin never tries to eat it. He sniffed it once and he knows. He can tell that that's a no-no. And, oh, they for sure did Voodoo Daddy. The atrocities that happened to women back then. Yeah. I would have done the same thing. And I may or may not have in one of my past lives, but we're not going to talk about that. Anyway, yes, foxglove. Oh yeah, there's lots of poisonous plants, but foxglove is one that bees love. And, you can also use it as a poison if you like. But don't do that. We love TikTok shop. It's just a really pretty flower. And it comes in all kinds of colors. I think I shared on the Discord the pictures of the ones I bought. Yeah, I have a deadly nightshade that grows naturally all around my yard. Which is also like, hey, did you have to give me up to my neighbors, you assholes? It's like, hey, a witch lives here. Hey, look, deadly nightshade. Just growing freely for absolutely no reason all over my yard. Luckily, I don't think they know that kind of stuff. Yeah, Elizabeth. Yeah, it's pretty. All right, be right back with Mad Scientist. Yes, Gavin? Well, I actually chop up the deadly nightshade because I get scared Merlin's going to check that out. And it vines, so it grows and reaches out of the ivy. So when it does that, Justin, will you share the Discord link so Gavin can join? When I do that, before I even like really realized how serious that plant is, because again, I am not an herbalist. I didn't use gloves, and I was just chopping them and holding them, juicing or whatever, in my hand as I'm cutting them all up to throw them away. And I actually got sick. I felt sick to my stomach. I felt lightheaded and faint, and I had to go and my dad was like, "You need to go wash that off right now." And I was like, "Okay." Yeah. So it is a serious business, deadly nightshade. It obviously wouldn't have killed me because I didn't ingest it and I didn't have a ton of it. But when it gets on your skin, it can go into your bloodstream and make you sick just from cutting it down. And so I was trying to protect Merlin, but I actually ended up poisoning myself. And then I was sick. Like I had a sick stomach and I felt real lightheaded and queasy and dizzy for like the rest of the night. And then I was fine the next day, but that's when I was like, oh shit. No wonder belladonna's such a serious plant. The only herb I'm an expert in, Voodoo Daddy, is doja. Ganja. Justin, I love you. You're so funny. Thank you, Dennis. Yes, the devil's lettuce. Sorry for y'all on YT. I accidentally deleted that for a second. Just give me a minute to get it back up. It's the first time I've ever done that. And I just kind of panicked a little bit. But I fixed it. Sorry, guys. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the winter in Whispering Pines. also known as the mad scientist. Yes, Rochelle. Thank you, Jess. I love that. There's something about winter storms that strip away every illusion of control we think we have. You can plan, prepare, check the forecast 100 times. But when nature decides to cut you off from the rest of the world, you're helpless. Thank you, LK. Thank you. That's the lesson I learned last winter when Chelsea and I decided to rent a cabin in a place called Whispering Pines. Chelsea had found the listing online, an old family-owned property deep in the Appalachian Mountains. It was advertised as rustic but comfortable, with hiking trails, a fireplace, and a hot tub. It sounded perfect for our little bestie escape. I know, isn't it the best gift? I love it. The place was remote, but that was part of the appeal. No phones, no emails, no noise, just snow, silence, and a stack of books we had been meaning to read. We drove up early to beat the incoming snowstorm. The sky was already a heavy gray by the time we turned off the main road. We turned onto a narrow lane flanked by towering pines. The cabin itself was tucked so far back into the forest that we didn't even see it until we were practically on the doorstep. Thanks, Grella. It was quaint, sure, but there was an edge to it, like it had seen better days. Thank you, Kat. The wood siding was weathered and the shutters askew, and there was a small shed out back that leaned so badly to one side it looked like it might collapse. Gavin, it's 5 a.m. there? Oh my god. But the inside was cozy enough. Knotty pine walls, a wood stove in the corner, and the unmistakable scent of old furniture. The owner had left a note welcoming us and apologizing for the lack of modern amenities. By the time we unloaded the car, the snow was coming down heavy. Big flakes that piled up fast, but we weren't worried. We had brought enough food for a week, and we had the wood stove for heat. If anything, the storm felt like an adventure. Rochelle. But the first night, I had trouble sleeping. It wasn't the wind or the cold that I'd expected those. It was the scratching sound. Faint at first, like the creak of a tree branch against the roof. But then it moved. I kept telling myself it was just a raccoon or maybe a loose shutter. But I still didn't sleep much. By morning, the snow was knee-deep, and the sky showed no sign of clearing. The forecast had called for 12 inches, but we were already well past that. Chell suggested we go to the shed and see if we can find some shovels or something to help us dig out. The shed was barely standing, its roof sagging under the weight of the snow. Inside, it was cluttered with old tools, gardening supplies, and a rusted-out snowblower that hadn't been used in years. But what really caught our attention was what looked like a cellar door in the corner, hidden beneath a pile and a tarp. It wasn't locked, just stuck from years of disuse. Chelsea pried it open with a crowbar, revealing a steep staircase leading down into darkness. We didn't go down. Not then. The darkness felt too thick and heavy. Chelsea said we should leave it alone, and I didn't argue. That night, the scratching noise came back. It started just after midnight. Chelsea and I sat frozen in the living room, staring at the front door. The wood stove cast flickering shadows across the walls. And for a moment, I thought I saw something move outside the frosted window. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just an animal or the wind. But when the sound shifted to the roof, our excuses fell apart. Whatever it was heavy. And it was on the roof. We got no sleep. The next morning, we found tracks that circled the cabin, deep impressions. They didn't look like any footprints I had ever seen. They were elongated and almost claw-like, and they stopped abruptly at the shed. Chelsea insisted we check what was down there. And this time, we brought an inadequate flashlight. The stairs creaked under our weight as we descended into a small, dirt-floored room. The walls were lined with old shelves, and in the corner stood a wooden chest. It wasn't locked, just latched shut. Inside were jars, dozens of them, filled with a viscous black liquid. Some had strange objects floating inside: teeth, bones, unidentifiable shapes. A piece of paper was taped to the underside of the lid. Smudged and barely legible, I could only make out the words "property of Dr. A. Ward, W-A-R-D. Doctor. Jars full of body parts. This was giving mad scientist vibes, and I was not here for it. We left the shed and we decided to call for help. But our phones had no signal and the storm had buried the car. There was no walking out, not in snow that deep. That night, the noise started again. This time, it wasn't banging on the walls or the roof. The noise was coming from the shed. By the time we worked up the courage to look, the trapdoor was open and the chest was gone. We didn't sleep after that. When dawn broke, we made a run for it. It didn't even matter that the snow was still falling or that the nearest town was miles away. We couldn't stay another night. We needed sleep. We never made it to town. About halfway down the road, we were intercepted by a snowplow. The driver, a burly man in his 50s, told us the storm had stranded several travelers, and he offered to take us back to his place until the roads cleared. We didn't tell him about the cabin, or the sounds, or the creepy cellar. But as we rode in the plow's cab, I glanced back at the cabin one last time. Something was standing on the roof. It was tall and impossibly thin, with limbs that bent in unnatural angles. It watched us until the cabin disappeared from view, and even now I can't tell you what it was. When we pulled up to the tow truck driver's cabin, an old hound dog ran out to greet him. And as we pet the dog, Chelsea and I both sighed a breath of relief, the kind of peace that only a little furry friend can bestow. When we got inside, the man rushed down a dark hallway, and Chelsea and I both looked at each other nervously. It's pretty much every intelligent woman's cardinal rule to not get into a car and go home with a strange man. But we were desperate. And weighing our two options, our odds seemed better with old dude in his cabin than with whatever it was we saw standing on the roof of ours. Or so I thought. The man emerged from the back of the house with 2 lush, fluffy bath towels and 2 pairs of men's XL sweatpants. He chuckled sheepishly and said, "Sorry, ladies, us mountain men don't really have the best accommodations for 2 young ladies such as yourselves." His accent was weird. I couldn't place it. It kind of sounded German, but like he was trying to hide it or something. We both looked at each other, dripping wet in our snow-soaked jeans, and we let out a grateful giggle as we grabbed the towels and sweatpants. Kim, after guiding us to his spare bedroom, he asked us if we'd like something to drink. He mentions that he's a big hot chocolate fan and that he has a special recipe handed down to him from his German ancestors. Being of German descent myself, and also a chocolate fiend. Without thinking, I immediately accept his offer for some of that sweet, toasty cocoa. It really is, Justin. It really is. Chelsea smiled sheepishly and nodded her head in agreement that she would love a cup too. She asked him if he could show her the bathroom, and she tells me that she will meet me out there whenever I'm done, and she shuts the door behind her. His cabin was cozy. A roaring fireplace and unique 1940s vintage decor scattered throughout. My favorite era. And then I noticed what appeared to be a charger cord sticking out from underneath the bed. I bent down to pull it out, hoping to give my phone a little juice. But as I pulled on it, I realized it was stuck in a plastic storage box. So I slid the box out from under the bed. And what I saw next made my stomach drop. The whole box was filled with cell phones, chargers, and wallets. All of the cell phone cases looked glittery pink pastel colors. These looked like women's phones. I grabbed the first wallet I saw and I opened it up. Inside was an ID for Tiffany Jenkins from Indiana. Checking the date quickly, I noticed that the ID was expired. And then I heard Chelsea call my name from the living room. I frantically shoved the box back under the bed and I shuffled out of the room. I joined Chelsea, who was already downing her hot cocoa next to the crackling fire. The man was still in the kitchen making up my cup of German chocolate brew when I whispered to Chelsea about the box under the bed. First thing she says is that it sounds like he slangs fake IDs and holds cell phones for extra cash or something. We had friends in college who did it. I nodded as I thought about it for a minute. Yeah, I guess she was probably right. So I just let it go. Then the man comes back in with my mug of piping hot cocoa. Now this is the darkest and thickest hot chocolate I have ever seen. He wasn't kidding about it being a secret recipe. But it must have been very dark chocolate because as creamy as it was also very bitter. I took one sip and set it down. Ugh. I started to realize the stressful events of the past few days had really caught up to us as I noticed Chelsea was already dozing off on the couch next to me. I guess a cozy fireplace will do that to you. Then the doorbell rings. And the man strolled over to the front door and stepped out onto the porch, closing the door behind him. It was a delivery driver with a package. Hello, I've got a delivery for Dr. Adolph Ward. Then it hits me. It was him. He was the owner of the trunk in the shed. He was who we were trying to escape this whole time. Oh my God. The black liquid. Did he put that black liquid from those jars into our drinks? Oh my God. Without even thinking, I jump up and I run back into the spare room. Kim. I pull my phone off the charger. And I decide that I'm going to crawl out that damn window and run. I will go get help and I will come back for my bestie. Because if we both get stuck here, we have zero hope of surviving this at this point. So there I am. In giant, oversized, creepy dude sweatpants running through the woods in a fucking snowstorm. What was I thinking? I'm never coming back to these mountains again. I kept running for what seemed like forever, until I saw a faint light through the snow off in the distance. Now, I do not handle cold weather well, so at this point, I am running out of steam. But I just keep pushing myself, realizing that this is literally life or death at this point. As I finally make it to the edge of the woods, I basically trip for my momentum and I fall out of the tree line and into the parking lot of a Bojangles. Exactly, Lady Rose. Now, anyone who knows me knows how much I love a good breakfast biscuit and a sweet tea from Bojangles. But I've never been happier to see that glowing yellow and red chicken sign than I was at that very moment. The employees it's bow time. I love that, Elizabeth. The employees inside Bojangles helped me call the police, and they were on the scene quickly. They drove me back up to where the man's cabin was. And where the man's cabin had been sat an old, abandoned, rundown cabin that looked like nobody had been inside for 50 years. Then the police say, oh, that can't be the place. Nobody's lived up there since that creepy German man. He owned all this land up here, and he disappeared. There are always rumors that he was an escaped Nazi from Germany. One of those mad scientists, you know? The ones that the government pardoned, brought over here for the space race. He was doing all kinds of weird experiments and stuff. A lot of the local kids say they see orbs and everyone says it's haunted. What? How could there be no cabin there? My best friend was just drugged on the couch inside that cabin next to a raging fire. And now it's somehow morphed into this rundown shack? This can't be happening. I filed a missing persons report for Chelsea. But I wasn't going to let this go. The police drove me up the path to our rental cabin and helped me dig out the car. And they followed me back down the winding mountain road and made sure I found the highway safely. The drive home was spent in silence trying to figure out what the hell just happened to me. Was he a ghost? Did he find a way to manipulate space-time? Was that a time rift? Where, or should I say when, is that evil man keeping my best friend? All I know is I'm never going to stop trying to find her. And if you ever find a good deal on a cabin in the Appalachian Mountains at a place called Whispering Pines, don't go. And that's the tale of Winter at Whispering Pines, also known as the Mad Scientist. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every single night from 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time till about 1 in the morning. Also, just a reminder that tomorrow I am doing Witchy Wednesday, where I'm on in the daytime and I'm on camera and we hang out and talk. And I might be getting major storms again tomorrow, so it might be an indoor one. Not sure yet. Thanks, Reese. But feel free to join me at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We have a lot of fun and we talk about the most random things. Archangelo, thank you for helping me with my gallery. Thanks for the swan. I love it. Thank you, Justin. All right, you guys, I will be right back with the next poll. And if you guys could do me a big favor while I'm setting up that poll, if you could hit that share arrow. In the bottom right-hand corner, there is a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. That's okay, Rochelle, I understand. Also, sharing to your stories and sharing with your friends helps too. And thank you to everybody tapping. Yes, it is so late for you, Gavin. Sweet dreams. It's definitely your bedtime. It's 5:30 in the morning there. Good night, Gavin. All right, guys, I will be right back with the next poll. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, and welcome to the porch. Happy Tuesday. Can one of my mods explain to Rich and Winter how to avoid waking up in another live? And Terry. And AMG. Everybody, there is a way to avoid it. Just don't go into the live through your feed. When it's not through a feed, it's impossible to push you into another live because you're not in your feed. If you enter the live through my profile or through a message you send to yourself, or if somebody sends you the live link, you have to join it through that specific link, and it just is my live. The reason why is because you guys are going to your feed, and it's called a feed for a reason, because you literally can scroll through every single live that's live of the people you follow. So when mine ends, it is going to feed you the next one, regardless. So instead of going in through your feed, you just need to go through the creator's profile. Yeah. There you go, guys. And then to test it, when you go in that way, if you try to scroll up and out, it won't let you. It just like swipes you out of the app. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can tell that you're in it right because it will not let you scroll up. And it still works for me because I'm doing it right now on my my mod phone. If you want to test it, Rich, you just try to swipe up and it'll just be bouncing. It'll just bounce. Yeah, if you go through the feed at the top of your inbox, that's a feed. So it's still just all your friends. So if you go through a message or if you go through the profile, it won't bump you out. But if you go through the feed at the top of your message box, that will send you into it. See, Rich got it to work. Yay. I'm so glad, Rachel. Yay. Blue. Oh my God, how terrible. Okay, Winter. I can message it to you too. Hold on. Okay, Winter, I just sent it to you. Yes, that's exactly right. If I message you the live, which I do a lot of you guys, you go through that link. That's why I send it to a lot of you guys. So if you click on that, like my picture in my messages or the link in the messages, that is also a direct link and it's not through the feed. That's really weird, Winter. I don't know why your phone would be doing that still. Huh, I don't know. Good to know, Boots. Thank you. All right, you guys. The next poll is ready. Hi, Diana. Yeah, we're about to vote. Welcome in. All right, the next poll is ready. And we have Highway 666, the Devil's Highway. We have Eliza Crawford's Ghost. We have The Last American Vampire. We have Haint Blue. And we have Booger Hollow. You can vote in the blue box in the top left-hand corner. And you can vote up to 50 times. And you can vote for more than one story. Who's it gonna be? We have Highway 666, the Devil's Highway. We have Eliza Crawford's Ghost. We have The Last American Vampire. We have Haint Blue. And we have Booger Hollow. You have 1 minute and 35 seconds to vote. Who's it going to be? Me too, Voodoo Daddy. I love that story. See, Kim, I told you, like clockwork. 12:30 on the dot, I get a puzzle piece every single night. And it doesn't matter what I'm doing. It doesn't matter if I'm literally in the middle of appealing VO. It doesn't matter if I'm changing my background. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. At 12:30 every night, I get a puzzle piece. That just proves to me that they are literally arbitrary, pointless shit that they just spit out. They are not because they detected an activity. They're just a way to kick people off their lives. Literally. It's the stupidest thing. Wait, Rochelle, you went live last night? What? When? Where? Why didn't you tell me? Wait, you get puzzle pieces while you're scrolling, Rochelle? What do you mean? An AMG puzzle piece is a way that they make people who are live in the middle of our live verify that we're a human by dragging a puzzle piece over to match it with the other puzzle piece. And I literally do it mid-story half the time. And sometimes I accidentally drag the background with me, and you guys can tell because that's the only way you can tell. Justin's pretty much the only person that notices. He'll be like, oh, puzzle piece. Because I'm trying to literally read and move this stupid puzzle piece thing and move my windows out of the way. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Kim, you have it happen all the time. Oh, you mean when you're scrolling in as a viewer? I've never heard of that. But I also don't swipe through TikTok very much. I'm not a doom scroller. Thank goodness. I'm sorry, you guys. I am not a doom scroller. I will never let it happen to me. So I actually can't. But like, why would they make you verify yourself? Oh, thanks, Winter. I was actually just talking about that with Skrill yesterday. I was saying it's how I have like verbal stem. She barely reads my text. That's not true. What do you mean? A good Justin impression. So that's what happens when there's a pause. Yes, Matt. Yes, sometimes if there's a big pause, they are making me do a puzzle piece. Do I limit myself to TikTok or do I not go on at all? Yeah, I actually never used TikTok until I joined it for Porch Lore, but I go on to support my friends and that's it. Like I literally have a handful of other live creators like Kim and a few others that I support, and I will sit in their live literally for 6 hours, but I don't do anything else on TikTok. I don't scroll or look at any. I don't really look at. I don't really use it. But I do use it to like hang out with my friends. You know, like support my friends' lives. Yeah, we have so much fun on Saturdays. Yeah, Archangelo, I mess it up sometimes too. The puzzle piece was a lot easier when I was going live on my phone, but now when I go live on the computer, it's harder to line up. May said, I think it's hilarious when you fail them and tell us. Yeah, because I do. I always tell you guys when I fail. I'm like, shit, I just failed that one. Misbehaving, I don't know yet. I have to check the weather in the morning to see if we're getting, like, when the storms are supposed to come, because we're supposed to get storms. I'm just not sure what time. But also tomorrow there is a solar eclipse happening right during Witchy Wednesday. But we're only going to get like an 8% coverage, and you can't look at it without goggles. So, like, but eclipse energy is chaotic. I don't know what that means, Skrilla. And the winner is Haint Blue. Oh, but you do. That's right, Skrilla. You want to help me? I like Rich's style. Rich is like, I voted for all of them. Hi, Maria. How are you doing, cutie? Hi, Mr. Mouse. I love mice. They're so cute. Exactly, Robin. Not my chair, not my problem. Yes, Mary, it won. And if you're not reposting, you get Kim's fists. You get a knuckle sandwich from Kim. Matt said I will pass on Kim's knuckle Sammy. And you got that right, Beefy. It would be a homemade vegan knuckle sandwich. Oh, and Natalie, don't worry. We're just teasing. Natalie, don't worry. I get it. I drive in Kim's live a lot too, and I totally get it. We're just kidding. Thank you, Maria. Beefy, that's the funniest shit I've heard in a long time. Really, user? Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel like I kind of laugh like a chipmunk. Oh, Natalie, good. You're supposed to fall asleep here. That's the whole goal. That's my goal. So I appreciate it. And I know it has nothing to do with the content. And I actually purposefully write these stories in a way that makes you guys feel sleepy. You know? It's not like I'm writing Shakespearean tragedies. You know what I mean? These are nice, simple stories that are spooky and fun and easy to fall asleep to. Oh my god, you guys, Skrilla's so cute. Why is he so cute? He just texted me a TikTok CAPTCHA solver, so I don't have to do the puzzle pieces myself. That's cute. It is like a spell winter, yes, but a good one. And Liz, it's funny you say that. That is an honor, and a lot of the porch pals call me the spooky Delilah. And that is literally, she's a national treasure. So I would be grateful and honored to have half of the type of, imprint and longevity she has had telling stories. Thanks, Holly. Yes, Mary, yes. So thank you. Yes, I've lost a couple friends to villains, Rich. But I guess, that's what happens when you do risky things. Good night, Reese. Sweet dreams. Rochelle, I love that. You're so cute. Thank you. Ah, Holly, that's so cute. Hi, Spiritually Protected. Thanks you. Welcome in. Thank you for the populars. I just figured out what stops the banners every time I start a new story. They were going until I restarted the music. And why? We don't know. But I just noticed that every time I restart the music, the banners stop. Let's see if that's true. Nope. They didn't stop that time. Damn it. Thought I had figured out. David Banner. Like a pimp. I'm obsessed with David Banner's hair. That's cool, Holly. Thanks. I've never seen that one. Whoa. Whoa. Spartan helmet. Okay. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of Haint Blue. Oh, Porch Pals. Oh, sweet, sweet Porch Pals. So many of you think I said Bruce Banner. And, no. I don't know anything about comic books. I do know that's the Hulk because they named a strain of weed after him. But, and I looked it up, but no, I said David Banner. David Banner. Like a pimp. Like a pimp. And if you don't know, now you know. Look up David Banner. And look up his pimp hair. Swinging on stage. He's an icon. On that Hypnotic and Hennessy. And no, Natalie, I am not talking about the Hulk. I just said that. I am not talking about the Hulk. I'm talking about David Banner, not Bruce. Interesting, Beefy. I didn't know that. Well, I'm talking about the rapper. I'm not talking about a comic book person. I'm talking about the rapper. 'Cause, you know, he was a rapper. he gets down on the floor. Yeah, I was talking about the rapper. And if you guys know me by now, come on. Would I be talking about the comic book character, or would I be talking about a rapper? I don't know anything about comic books. I'm talking about the rapper and his amazing hair. His amazing hair. Give it a goog. Look up the viral video of David Banner's flying luscious locks at a show in Atlanta. It was amazing. And that's what Skrill is referencing. He's the one that brought it up. Yes, like a pimp. That's why I said like a pimp 3 times. Spiritually protected. I thought people would get it, but that didn't happen. All right, quick swig and I'll be right back with Ain't Blue. I know, Kim. They're not the same. Thank you, Diana. I appreciate that. Fairy Witch is so funny. She said, are they not related? You guys, Not Again just sent a super fan box. Thank you, Not Again. Welcome to the porch. And yes, Justin. Kim, I think that may have been a typo. Because they just sent a super fan box. I think they may have just hit the screen. Matt. It kind of looks like when you lean on the phone. You know what I mean? Plus, they sent a super fan box. But, the super fan box is a little treasure chest. If you look up in the top left-hand corner, right under my red, or right above my red banner, my David banner. Thanks, Kim. Love you. Because I was about to do that too, Kim. I was literally about to do that. And then I looked and I was like, wait a minute. Why would you send a super fan box if you're doing? And then I looked and it kind of just looks like letters. And I was like, oh, my brain is a treasure chest. Noise. Rich said noise. I didn't even notice the your, Skrilla. I didn't even notice. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, I thought they were asleep too, Kim, until they sent it. And I was like, wait a minute. They can't. The David banners, yeah. I know. Siri doesn't like you, Skrilla. Or she doesn't like me. You're so cute, Fairy Witch. She says, as that one meme guy said once, noise. Natalie says, I just hope my cat doesn't send you off. Aww. Hank Green, that's funny. All right, guys, we got 19 seconds. Who's going to click on it? I'll wait till it happens to start the story. And yeah, Phyllis, give him a goog. You might think his music's kind of fun. Who got it? Batty Ghoul, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Rochelle got it. Rochelle got it. Thank you so much. That was so generous of you. Thank you. Not again? Thanks. She-wolf, certain people in other countries can't see it. So are you in another country? Are you in Canada? I know, Winter, it says that to me every time. It says, you gotta be quicker next time. And I'm like, you know what? You got the reference, Matt. You're not in Canada, She-wolf? Weird. Maybe, I don't know. Some people can't even see the polls. This app is just out of control. I think maybe you just have to swipe out and come back in. I have no idea. Because sometimes the polls don't even show up for people. And then they swipe out and it does. Yeah, lovely. We can't see the ones in the UK. Like the people whose lives I go into in the UK, when they get them, they don't show up for me either. And the Canadian ones don't show up either. Because Rachel, she gets them in her life, and they don't show up for me. Holly, thanks for the dress. I love that dress. Oh, Natalie, that's probably those musical gifts. They're really annoying. And we've all been really rattled by them. It's not just you. Yes, a VPN would solve that problem. You can, Lula? You can see my treasure box and you're in the UK? Huh. Yeah, shooketh. Spooky Kevin. Oh, you finally saw the dress. Isn't it cool, Rochelle? Oh, because you were away from your phone. Yeah. Because I get it. I listen to a lot of my friends' lives and I'll just like put on the tapper and listen. And if I'm in the car, I can't put on the tapper. And so I don't get to see some of the things they react to either. And the dress is so pretty. I'm shocked that Lula or can see them in the UK. I'm never fast enough either. And then it tells you you're a slow loser. It's like, be faster next time, bitch. I'm like, okay, TikTok. Or I'm just don't care and I'm not going to do them anymore. I know, it is very Southern. You're right, Holly. It's very Southern. And like, I'm not going to lie, well, in different timelines, I was a floofy dress girl wearing like, this is just, we can't really do that in this timeline or it's kind of weird. But I would wear dresses like that again in a heartbeat if it was popular. And I don't even care about what's popular. I just feel like I would look like a lunatic. You know what I mean? Like it's to the point where that would be strange. So, but I would love to wear those kinds of dresses. But women fought really hard for us to be able to wear pants. So, you know, I am appreciative of pants as well. Lovely. I love you. Lovely's over on YT and she just wrote, lonely, I'm so lonely. I have nobody to call my own. She wrote, talking to myself over here. Exactly, Skrilla. Yeah. Well, I mean, I actually wouldn't hate doing either of those things, but only because I want to, not because it's expected of me, if that makes sense. Because I'm definitely a doting lover, but I do not It's not wanted, you know what I mean? It's different when, if I want to, not I'm expected to. Well, I actually love baking. I won, yeah, I told you that. I won pie baking contests. I won a couple. But my proudest one was in Texas because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like pies are serious business in Texas. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Palace Society. This is the tale of Haint Blue. Aw, look at you guys coming over to say hi to Lovely. You guys are so sweet. Skrilla, how? The house was never supposed to be mine. Skrilla. Oh, now I get it. Now I get it. I thought you meant like at a real competition. I was like, how? The house was never supposed to be mine. When my grandmother died, nobody in the family wanted the old mountain house except me. And that surprised everyone. It surprised me too. I hadn't been back to Black Ridge in almost 15 years. Not since I left for college. Not since I built a life somewhere louder, brighter. Somewhere without winding roads or thick woods pressing against every window. But grief does strange things. It rearranges memory, makes old places feel magnetic. So 3 months after the funeral, I packed my car and my cat Merlin, and I drove back into the mountains. The house was exactly where it always had been, half hidden by dogwoods and hemlocks, perched on a rise overlooking a narrow valley. White siding, green shutters, an amazing wraparound porch. And that porch ceiling? Blue. Not sky blue, not cheerful blue, a strange, faded blue-gray, almost ghostly in certain light. In Appalachia, we call it Haint Blue. I remember asking my grandmother about it as a kid. Why blue? She'd never answered directly. She just said that it keeps the haints out. Hi, son. Hi, Cinnamon. That's so sweet of you. Appalachian elders rarely explain the folklore that had woven its way into our modern lives. Sometimes belief and routine fuse so completely there isn't really a difference anymore. You painted the porch blue. You didn't whistle after dark. You didn't answer voices from the woods. And you never invited something in unless you knew exactly what it was. I spent the first week there cleaning. Dust everywhere, boxes, old furniture. The kind of work that exhausts your body enough to quiet your mind. Oh, Cinnamon, you can talk about whatever you want over on YT, don't worry. At night, I would sit with the windows open and I'd soak in the mountain sounds. The groan of old wood as the night breeze crept through the trees. Owls, crickets, the babbling creek. It all felt familiar, comforting. Until the knocking started. It happened about a week after I got there. 3 knocks, soft, behind me. I was washing dishes when I heard it coming from the porch door. I looked outside and nothing, just darkness. Except for the porch light casting a warm circle across the old wood planks. I opened the door and a cool night breeze brushed past me. No one was there, so I shut the door and I locked it, and I went to bed. The next night, the same thing. 3 knocks. This time, I didn't open the door. I just peeked through the drapes and there was nothing outside. By the 4th night, I was officially unnerved. So I called my mom. And I asked her if my grandma had ever mentioned anything weird about the house, any weird noises. And then she sighed and asked me if I was hearing 3 knocks. Another pause. Then she asked me if the porch was still painted blue. I stared at the porch ceiling and confirmed that it was faded, but it was in fact still blue. What does that matter? And then my mother began to explain. My grandmother repainted that porch ceiling every spring because she said that it kept something from coming to her door. But she never said what that thing was. And yes, Cinnamon, you're my first one. I just started it. I just started the P site. I can't say it on here, and thank you. Yes, I haven't started building everything yet, but I just made it, and that's why you don't know about it, lovely. It's new. She never said what that thing was. That night, I didn't sleep much. I sat in the living room with every light on. And the 3 knocks came again. And then I heard it. A woman's voice. Soft, gentle, coming from outside. It was my grandmother's voice. Sweetie? My heart stopped. Tears instantly filled my eyes. Sweetie, open the door. Every instinct told me not to, but my grief screamed louder than reason. Cinnamon, I love you. You're so sweet. My grief screamed louder than reason, and I walked toward the door, hands shaking. Her voice trembled now. My hands are cold. Tears ran down my face. It sounded exactly like her. My hand touched the lock. And then a memory came flooding back. Me at 6 years old, sitting beside my grandma on that porch swing. Her voice low and serious. If something outside sounds like somebody you love, It ain't. I snatched my hand back from the lock. Outside, the voice stopped and silence followed. And then slowly, the doorknob turned once, twice, 3 times. It was trying to get in. The voice returned. No warmth now. It still sounded like my grandmother, but wrong. Why won't you let me in? I backed away. The wood around the door creaked with pressure, as if something was leaning against it. Then scratching, like fingernails on wood. I quietly ran upstairs and I barricaded myself in a room. The scratching continued for hours. Morning finally came and I forced myself downstairs. It was gone, but the front door had 4 long gouges in the wood. I almost left that day. But then I found something in my grandmother's sewing room. A notebook, her handwriting, recipes, bills, garden notes. Then 1 page written in shaky pen, only 4 lines. It learns voices. Do not answer it. Do not invite it in. And if the blue fades, repaint immediately. My stomach dropped. I ran outside and looked up at the porch ceiling. The blue paint was peeling and faded. Bare wood showed through in patches. So, I drove into town to buy paint in the color that my grandmother called haint blue. The hardware store owner, an old man named Virgil, watched as I placed the paint cans on the counter. Then he asked, "You paint your Meemaw's porch?" I stared at him for a minute. And then he said, "Now you be sure to paint it before night settles in." That was all he said. So I listened, and I raced home. By sunset, I was almost done. Brush strokes, fresh blue, steady hands, almost finished. Then, I heard a voice behind me. My own voice. "Hey, turn around." Every hair on my arm stood up. Then again, my exact voice. I said, "Turn around." I didn't turn around. I just kept painting. Heart slamming, brush shaking. "Why won't you look at me?" I ignored it. I could hear the footsteps on the wood behind me. The porch groaned. Whatever it was stood on the porch with me. I painted faster. I only had a little section left. Just keep painting and don't turn around. As my brush made the final stroke of that magical blue paint, I heard something shriek behind me. Something ancient. The sound vibrated the porch, screaming in 100 stolen voices. And then silence. Complete silence. That was years ago, and I still live here. And every spring I repaint the porch ceiling. Every inch, no exceptions. Tonight I finished in a bit of a rush. I was running behind. Fresh hate blue. Pretty good coverage, if I do say so myself. And I felt safe. Until 10 minutes ago. Someone knocked 3 times. And then from the other side of the door, I heard brush strokes and fresh wet paint. And then I heard my voice chuckling while saying, "Hey, you missed a spot." And that's the tale of Haint Blue. Brooke just added herself and said, "I'm confused." Hi, Brookie. By the way, Brooke, did you notice last night during the Ozarks Howler, I added the Lakota into the script for you? Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Callie girl. Okay, good. I'm glad you noticed. So I gotta shout out the Lakotas for my girl, Brooke. Hi, Big Doe Guy. How you doing? Happy Tuesday. Also, yes, lovely, and everybody else who was over on YT talking about it, I do in fact have a P and then H Eon site, but I just built it and I haven't told anybody about it yet because I haven't put anything on it yet, so I'm still figuring it out. But I did get my first lovely, what do they call? Is it members or subscriber over there? And I really appreciate it. So I am putting stuff on it. I just haven't gotten to it yet. That's why I haven't told anybody about it. But she's very quick and clever and noticed it. So it's very cool. Skrilla said only Merlins. God, that would be so cute. Yeah, you say Patron. I love that. Yeah, the Patron site. Hi, Ryan. I can't say it on here, but let me type it out. Hold on. Because TikTok doesn't like us mentioning any other places. Can somebody, lovely, will you type it in the chat for me? Thank you, Justin. Oh, Sunny Moon. Okay. Sunny Moon, thanks. I thought it was cinnamon. Yeah. I just can't say it. Hi, Teresa. And no, Ryan, I know you were hoping it's something else probably because you heard me say only Merlins. And no. Sorry to disappoint. Hi, Aaron. Oh, patrons. Duh. Thank you. Patrons. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. That's what they should be called. Thanks, Ryan. You're so sweet. How are you doing? How you dealing with this heat? Yeah, Skrilla. Brooke. Skrilla doesn't need a website. You too, Big Dough Guy. We're about to read another story if you would like it. Hello, Hench. Good morning. How's it over in England? Yeah, thanks, Ryan. That's so sweet. Scroll. Yeah, the solar eclipse is happening for us too during the day. I'm good, Hench. How are you? I miss you. I'm glad you came in to say hi. I miss you. I'm going live tomorrow during the daytime. It's my Witchy Wednesday. And it's a solar eclipse. Yes, let's catch up soon for sure. How's England? How's it going over there? You guys surviving the heat? Because I know this is very hot for you guys. It's beautiful. Yeah, I love heat too. I have the best responses. Thanks, Brooke. Thank you. No, Mace, I haven't. Yes, the planet parade as well, Nate. You are correct. Yes, and my favorite meteor shower of the entire year peaks tomorrow. So, of course, where I live, we get thunderstorms like every year. Oh, Matt made it rain. Matt, thanks. Hench, thanks for your heart me. So, it'll probably be cloudy, but it's my favorite meteor shower. Sweet dreams, Matt, every year. It's called the Perseids if you guys want to check it out, and it peaks tomorrow. That's okay, Nikki. I lived other places where I was able to see it in all its glory, and it took my breath away, and I just live off those memories for now. For now. No, they didn't ban it. Just most places don't have it because they don't need it usually. It's not very hot there usually, and all the buildings are very old. Good night, Mary. Or she's saying good night to Matt. Never mind. Good night, Matt. Millsy said 36 plus degrees on Thursday. It's going to be hotter than Satan's butt. I'm glad you're back too. Glad you got your Wi-Fi back. Yes, I did know about the 4 planets in retrograde. Hi, Jade. Jade, it's over, boo-boo. See, I use boo-boo for Jade nicely. All right, you guys, it's grilled cheese time. I mean, kind of, yeah. I guess you're right, Scroll. I guess you're right. Perfect use of the sticker, Andrew. Perfect use of Uranus in retrograde. And I'm sorry, but I really do think that's one of the funniest jokes I've ever made, and I'm still proud of it to this day. I feel like that was just so perfect. I never have had a joke set up that perfectly for me in my life. And it just came to my brain and I was like, oh my God, say it, say it, say it. And then I said it and everyone just lost it. And I was like, that's it. That's the high I've been chasing my whole life. When the joke is good. Yeah, kinda, Skrilla. Kinda. And if you guys missed the joke, I'll tell you. One night, a lot of the porch pals came in. And they were all talking about how they were having major, like, major bowel issues, okay? Every person that was coming in, it was the weirdest thing. It was the weirdest, because usually it's only Brooke that talks about that stuff. But people were talking about how they were sick to their tum-tums in the toilet. Like, it was crazy. And I said, Brooke, usually you're the only one that was talking about that kind of stuff. But people came in one night and it was a numerous amount of people. Oh, hi, Sandy. I'm so glad. Came in talking about blowing out their toilets, basically. And I was like, what is going on in this law? And I was like, is Uranus in retrograde? And I'm so proud of that joke. And people thought it was so funny that they made me make a sticker. Yeah, Brooke. And so I was like, what is going on tonight, you guys? Is it something with the planets? Is Uranus in retrograde? Because everyone's butts were like, why would the soft taco have to do with the Uranus in retrograde sticker? What are you talking about, Skrilla? I was talking about the Uranus in retrograde sticker and why it exists. Yeah, right there, Mary. See? Nothing about the soft taco. Oh, my best joke. Oh, you think my best joke's soft taco? No. He was paying attention. He was saying he thought my soft taco was the best joke. So that was the whole joke in the Uranus in retrograde. Sorry, Brooke. Yeah, but it wasn't that, Andrew. It was a long time ago. Brooke, the recordings are on YT. It's not in the abyss of never hearing it again. Yeah, but it wasn't from that. It was a long time ago. It had nothing to do with the virus. It was like in the winter. It was forever ago. It had nothing to do with the lettuce. It was a very long time ago. And that's why I said, what is going on? Because it was not something that could have been linked to, you know, the lettuce thing that's been all over the news. It was very random. And I was like, what is happening? Lovely said, yeah, Brooke, come on over here, lame-o. Lovely. Calling Brooke a lame-o. Okay, Lovely said it was early spring. So it was early spring or late winter when we did the Uranus joke. So yeah, it had nothing to do with any of the crap that's happening now because, you know, we gutted the FDA and we don't scan for foodborne illnesses anymore. Just saying. Just saying. You know, it's almost like we saw this coming and it absolutely could have been prevented. Anyway, grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax. And welcome to the porch. Check out the shooting stars. And get ready for the night shift at the Sycamore Diner. And if you guys could do me a big favor before I start the last story, could you hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? There's a little yellow circle. with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs and helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. Nikki. Nikki. Oh, look at Justin defending. Justin said, "Lamo, that's my twin, ma'am." I don't know, Justin. I think so. I think it was before YT. Lovely said, "I can't talk to her, so I thought I'd entice Brooke to come over here to be sassy." Brooke, go say hi to Lovely on YT. At this point, she's begging. Brooke, go say hi to Lovely on YT. She misses you. Hi, CJ. Sup, dork? We missed you. What is your problem? Why aren't you hanging out with us anymore? Like, hello? You're a porch pillar. So, what the hell? We love you. Oh, have Skrilla tell you about his eyeballs. Because those are also gigantic. Oh, thanks, Ryan. I appreciate it. That's so sweet. Good night. That's so kind of you to say, because you have been a YT lover for a long time. So that is an honor, Ryan. Thanks. Love you, sweet dreams. Thanks for coming in to say hi. Hi, Sherry. Oh, look, Matt came over to say hi too. Gia Lovely. Yeah, Brooke, you gotta go to YT. She's like, please come over here. I can't help it. That's not even what she sounds like. Please, sir. Yeah, like a pika. Like a little pika. Oh my god. Oh, there she is. Lovely. Yeah. I'm out of control sometimes. Thank you, Tam Bam. All the time. Thank you, Teresa. But you know what they say about Sagittarius? You'll never be bored a day in your life. You'll just be crazy. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, Skrilla, did you not look at the one I sent you? Clearly you didn't. You sent me the dude first, and then I sent you him back with my sign, and you didn't watch it? Lame. Real lame. Nothing, Brooke, you can say whatever you want over there. Hi, Daza. Good morning. Good morning, Drew. All my UK friends are waking up. Good morning. November and December, Kyle. I am November. December Sagittarius are different. We are not the same. Hi, Diana. I love San Diego. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. Every woman in your life was born in November? Wow. Good taste, Kyle. Damn. So you got Scorpio and Sag women? Damn. Nice. Oh, so they're all Scorpios. Damn. CJ. Yes, Nate, just like the September Virgos. Yes. And you know what's funny is the September Virgos have more in common with December Sages, for sure, which is funny you say that, because December Sages are just a little bit more put together. And it's not a bad thing. The November, Caitlin, that's my birthday. Caitlin, that's my birthday. We have the same birthday. How funny. But I moved mine to summer and it didn't go very well. So that didn't really work out. But whatever. Anyway, I also tried to change my name when I was a kid and that didn't work out either. So failed again. But I will say November Sagittarius is I would probably say one of the more frustrating signs. But like the joke with Sagittarius is either you love us or you hate that you love us. Because November Sages are very lovable but annoying. Like you either love us or you hate that you love us, pretty much, right? But December Sages are different. Yep, I was just gonna say, Nikki, that's literally my sister's birthday, and I was just gonna say, but December Sages are very different. My sister is a December Sag. I love her, but I think that out of all the signs that split months, December and November Sages are up there with being the most different. Hi, Chelsea. Sweet dreams. We love you. We are very different. December Sagittarius are much more organized than November Sagittarius is. They are not as whimsical as November Sagittarius is. They are much more pragmatic than November Sagittarius is, but they are also more passive with their bluntness than November Sagittarius is. Yes, Mackenzie, the November ones. Yep. We are very weird, like unique in the astrological world. November Sages are also called the best friend. They say that if you ask any sign who their best friend is, large percentage of them will name a Sagittarius. We are very lovable and we are very good friends, but we're also blunt as shit and whimsical and adventurous, and we just like to do whatever the fuck we want to do. And that's why they said you either love us or you hate that you love us. And yeah, oh my God, that's so funny you said that, Sarah. My sister was a narc too. She used to tattle on me about everything. And I'll tell you what, November said we'll take that shit to the grave. Or ride or die. And December, no, that's why I said we're very different though, because it depends on what you like. December Sages are very much more put together. They are much more rule abiding. A November Sag, you give me a rule, fuck off. I'll do literally the opposite, just because you told me I couldn't. Why? I don't know. I don't like being told what to do. But if I like come up with it on my own, totally fine. But if you try to make me do things, ew. Really, Rachel? That's interesting. That's really uncharacteristic. That is usually not to hate, but that's usually a December Sag thing, I would feel like. Yeah, Mary, that's what I just said. Are you a September Virgo? Because I feel like September Virgos are the same way. They're very similar, and they're very different from August Virgos. Yep. See, Mary, I knew it. Yep. Because that's why I said it's funny that he brought up being a Virgo. Because I was like, dude, the Virgo and the Sages in December and September are very similar. And my siblings are September Virgo and a December Sag. My brother is September Virgo. And I am, oh, she's the day after me. Interesting. Well, also, not everybody gets complete reflection of their sign. She might just be a piece of shit. It's not like there's no Sagittariuses out there that are just not piece of shit people. Wait, so that's why there's still no mommy sticker. Oh, no, you guys can tell me what to do. I don't mean it like that. I actually forgot about the mommy sticker. Plus, I'm not in, I don't know how I feel about that. Mommy. I'm not, that makes me feel old. That makes me feel old. And I know that I can be somebody's mommy by like a lot. I could have been somebody's mommy for 20 years now, but still. Because am I old enough to be your mom, Kyle? Because I'm not old enough to be James's mom. And he calls me mommy. And then it makes me feel old. Because I think James is older than me. Blake, you're born in December? You're a December Sag? Or are you a Capricorn? More of a hot thing than old. Oh, okay. You think you're older than me, Kyle? Oh. And you're a Capricorn. That's okay. Oh, okay, James. Oh my God, Brooke is having so much fun getting to say whatever she wants on YT. I don't know why it took her so long to come over here. She is just saying whatever the hell she wants over here, and she's loving it. She's loving it. Yeah, Justin. And 700 is just the number I use because that's easiest for your guys' brains to understand. Because if I told you the real date, you'd be like, what? The fuck? She's Brooke, you're so funny. Is it raining again? Kind of sounds like it. Can't really tell though. She really is. She's living her best life. Billions. No, not billions. That would be cool. Thousands? Yeah. Billions? No. Diana, he was really cool. He was an artisan furniture maker and a hippie, and he didn't judge people. He hung out with everybody that thought he was cool, and he was nice. He didn't like uptight people, and he didn't like rules. And he was also hot. And if you get the joke, you get the joke. Hot Jesus. I literally have a thing for guys with like darker skin and large noses. So, yeah, he is hot. Wait, what? What about Nate? What are you talking about? Corn sweat? What about it? Wait, you're just learning about it? Oh, bless your heart. You hate it? Why? I love corn, but my grandfather was a corn farmer, so. Oh, God. Okay, corn sweat, I'll tell you. Basically, okay. So you guys are gonna be like, oh, what the fuck? So to add to the reasons why I feel like people shouldn't be living here, corn does this thing. Okay. It's basically like an evaporation process, but it's a very long word that I'm not going to pronounce, but it's basically a biological process. Okay, and it is crazy, Nate. And the corn will pull all of the water from the soil, and it releases that water as vapor into the air from its leaves. Because plants are amazing. And it's like a little like humidifier, spraying vapor from their leaves into the air, and they call it corn sweat. And guess what? When the weather places predict humidity levels and what it's going to feel like in the air, they don't take into account the fields of corn sweating if you live near them, where it makes it 5,000 times hotter and more humid. Because it's just the corn sweating. Because the corn is literally sweating. It's so hot. Yeah, it's a form of self-watering. When it's really hot, they panic. And it doesn't even happen with drought. It happens when they overheat to try to cool themselves off so they don't wilt and lose the crop. It's because it's been hot as shit. And they're trying to cool themselves off. The same way we sweat to cool us off so we don't overheat and die. That's what they're doing. Because plants are not much different than us. So they are, yep. And if you go outside with your glasses on, yep, they fog up, yep. Yeah. Corn sweat was Justin's dancer name where? Corn sweat was Justin's dancer name when he worked at the farmer's market. So anyway, no, it doesn't smell. It just smells like plants, like dirt and grass, just natural smell. Yeah, we have an eclipse too, Scream Queen, yay, during my live. Yeah, it is awful. It is. It just adds to, yes, the meteor shower is peaking tonight, but it actually started in July and it will go until the end of August. But it peaks tomorrow night. We're going to call your boobs wet corn sweat. Do it, Rachel. But yeah, Nate, did you move to Iowa? First question, why? Second question, why? Third question, when? From where? For 4 hours. Cool. Yeah, Diana. No, that's not why they call it sweet corn. Skrella. Wait, what about grain? Wait, were you jumping in a grain in a silo, Brooke? Because, yeah, it's like quicksand, but what are you doing jumping in grain? You're right, Brooke, Nebraska. 100%. Lovely, they do. They do. Rachel. Wood grain and gripping. Got the candy paint, I'm dripping. something still slipping off. I sweat sweet. Oh, I bet you do. Yes, meteor watch tomorrow. I love meteor showers. You were born and raised, but in Des Moines. Oh, so you're a city dweller. Okay. That's funny. I have a best friend from Boone. And then I have a couple friends from Des Moines. And I've spent a lot of time in Iowa. I've been to your state fair like 4 times. And last time I was at your state fair, I'm not even going to tell you what happened. Never mind. Quick swig and I'll be right back with the diner. Exactly, Kyle. Mike Jones. Who? I get it, Nate. Ohio's one too. I get it. I'm in the same boat. Everybody asks me, why? Same thing. But I don't think mine's going any other direction anytime soon. Diana, you should hang out with us. I'm here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And tomorrow I will be on at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, depending on the storm. Yes, Nate, we are. And I get it. Yep, fighting the good fight. And, I will say this. I've lived in a lot of big cities over the years, and I did feel like I found myself those places. I felt like I'd never been more of myself living in those places. And it was a very hard thing to move back to somewhere that is so different from those places. But I will say that sometimes what you dread the most is what you need at the time. And I needed an ego death. My bitch ass needed an ego death. I needed to humble myself. I needed to become a better person. I needed to change some things about, you know what I mean? And I feel like, I don't know if I would have done it if I hadn't basically moved somewhere that forced me to. if that makes sense. Now, do I want to live there forever? No, but do I think there's a time and a season for certain things for a reason? Yeah. Yep, Nate, exactly. Exactly. And I'll tell you, I was like that Hallmark girl that like a bitch ass moved back, like fuck, and then I got humbled real quick, and I had a lot of shit happen, a lot of bad things happen to me, and I was ego death and all that stuff where like I needed it. I also got to spend time with my grandmother before she passed away. I got to rebuild my relationship with my mom, like all kinds of stuff that I feel like I wouldn't have done if circumstances hadn't happened the way they had to where I ended up here. Yeah. And I think it was being here has been a major growth for me, that even though I joke and say I was like in a hiatus or living in like a hermit, I really think it changed my life in a way that like I probably would have gone in a different direction. Yeah, exactly, Nate. Thank you. Yeah. Yep. And I will say my sister's death was a catalyst. So in a way she saved me. But yeah, because I probably never would have come back. You're right, Millsy, for sure. Anyway, quick swig and we will go to the Sycamore Diner. But unfortunately, I did not fall in love with a guy who inherits a Christmas tree farm. It's really disappointing, but because like Hallmark promised me that would happen if I moved back home, What the hell? Diana, yes, I am so sorry to hear that. We're in the same club. It's a surreal thing to lose a sibling, and I'm so sorry. And yes, it is losing a sibling is something I don't wish on anybody, but it absolutely was this catalyst for my ego death. And I'm grateful for my sister for doing that for me. Because that's the only good thing that came out of it, is she's helped me grow. Thanks, Nate. Skrilla. Skrilla said, who said I didn't own a Christmas tree farm? Exactly right, Susie. It makes you reassess your life. And what's crazy is this upcoming birthday, I will be turning the age my sister was when she died. And I have changed my life so much since her death that I think she'd be really proud of me. One tree? Okay, Skrilla. Just to recap, tonight you guys have learned about tree semen and corn sweat. You're welcome. Oh, I'm sorry, Nate. Yeah, it really does humble you forever. Yeah, Skrilla gets the random downloads, and it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Natalie, you missed corn sweat? Oh man, did you? Let me. Okay, I'll tell it really quick. Corn, when it's really, really hot outside, it sweats like humans to try to keep itself cold so it doesn't wilt and lose the nutrients and die and lose the crop. So they have this process. It's kind of like evaporating, but they take all of the water out of the soil and they release it into the air as water vapor from their leaves, like little humidifiers filling the air with literal water vapor. So when it's hot as shit and humid already, the corn is like, I'm really hot. Let me spray my sweat into the air. And it makes it 5,000 times hotter. There you go. Give it a goog. Check out corn sweat. Daza said coffee machine on with extra corn sweat. Oh my God, Natalie, you're so cute. Natalie said, I thought it would just turn into popcorn. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. Good night, lovely. I'm not usually the kind of person who pulls over on back roads at night. Not unless I absolutely have to. But that night, something about the storm, the long drive, and that growling pit in my stomach convinced me otherwise. I was hungry. It was late October, and I was headed back to campus after a weekend visit with my friends in North Carolina. I had a midterm on Monday, and my plan had been to drive straight through. 5 hours, no stops. But then came the rain. One of those cold, slanted, whispery rains that creeps into your bones and makes the windshield wipers sound like a heartbeat. I had taken the wrong exit, trying to bypass traffic, and I ended up on a 2-lane back road, surrounded by nothing but pine trees and power lines. And that's when I saw the neon sign. SYCAMRE Diner. The O in Sycamore was flickering, like it hadn't worked right in years. But the rest was lit up in a cherry red neon. A tiny beacon in the middle of nowhere. I figured I'd grab a quick bite, maybe some coffee, check my map, and get back on the highway. But I should have just kept driving. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Susie. I should have known something was off the second I stepped inside. Thank you, Daza. The bell over the door jingled, but not like a normal bell. It made this sharp metallic ping that echoed longer than it should have. The air inside was warm, almost too warm, and it smelled like grilled onions and pancake syrup. The place looked like it had been yanked straight from 1957. Checkerboard floor, red vinyl booths, a long counter with spinning stools, even a jukebox in the corner that looked like it hadn't worked in decades. And the people, they all stopped and looked at me the second I walked in. Not in a rude way, just quiet. Like they weren't expecting me. Thank you, Sherry. Like I'd walked into the middle of a sentence that no one wanted to finish. I love that cow. A waitress, tall, with a beehive hairdo and a light blue uniform, smiled and waved me over. You get caught in the rain, sweetheart, she said, handing me a laminated menu. I nodded, still trying to shake off that weird feeling. Yeah, the highway's a mess. She chuckled and patted my shoulder. Well, you're safe here. Sycamore's always open for travelers. I sat down at a corner booth, and the vinyl creaked. And I remember the jukebox shifted songs by itself and started playing some slow doo-wop ballad that I didn't recognize. I looked around and everyone looked normal, sort of. There was a trucker with a thick gray beard, drinking coffee at the counter. A young couple whispering to each other in a booth by the jukebox. And an older woman stirring tea like she was lost in thought. But they all had the same look in their eyes, like they were there but also somewhere else. Like they were watching me out of the corner of their eyes even when they were looking down. The waitress came back with coffee, strong, hot, and surprisingly good. And I ordered a grilled cheese with fries. Simple, safe. She wrote it down with one of those clicky pens and said, "Don't worry, it's on the house tonight." And that was my second red flag. No diner just gives food away. While I waited, I took out my phone to check the map. No signal, and I mean nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi, not even GPS. Just a blank screen with a spinning wheel. I glanced out the foggy window, and the storm was still going. But now, the wind had picked up. I could see the power lines swaying like jump ropes in the dark. But the diner stayed perfectly lit. Not even a flicker. Yes, Brooke, right after. The food came fast. Too fast, like under 5 minutes. But it looked amazing. Golden bread, gooey cheese, crispy fries with a little metal cup of ketchup on the side. I took a bite. Delicious. I mean, I've eaten at a lot of diners, greasy spoons, college joints, and roadside shacks, but this was hands down the best grilled cheese I've ever had. The fries were perfect, and the coffee never ran out. Every time I took a sip, it was somehow full again. I was halfway through the sandwich when the trucker got up to leave. He walked right past my table, nodded once and whispered, "Don't stay past midnight." That's all he said. What? But he was already out the door. The waitress gave me a tight smile and walked over, collecting his empty mug. "Old Earl, he's always saying weird stuff, just ignore him." But I couldn't. Something about his voice stuck with me. Something about the way he looked at me. Not like I was a customer, but like I was in danger. I checked the clock over the register, 11:42. I figured I had just enough time to finish my fries, grab the check, and head out. I still had at least 3 hours left on the road. But when I stood up, the lights flickered. Just once and then again. And then everything in the diner stopped moving. The couple by the jukebox froze mid-sentence. The woman with the tea stopped stirring, her spoon hanging in midair. The waitress, her hand reached out for a mug, just stopped. Like someone hit pause on the entire scene. I took a step back. The jukebox buzzed, glitched, and restarted a new track. I could still move, but no one else could. And then I heard it. Not music, not a storm. A voice. Not coming from anyone I could see. just a whisper that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. Sherry, I love you. I backed toward the door, my heart hammering in my chest, and I turned the knob. Locked. Of course it was locked. I tried the windows, but they were sealed shut. I started banging on the glass and shouting, but no one was outside. Just the wind and the rain, and that flickering red sign. SYCAMRE. I turned back toward the dining room, and everyone was gone. Not frozen anymore, just gone. The booths were empty. No plates, no crumbs, no mugs. No sign that anyone had ever even been there. Except for my plate. Sherry, you're so cute. Still warm and still half eaten. And then I saw the waitress. She was standing by the kitchen doors, her silhouette backlit by flickering fluorescent light. Her face was wrong. The same smile, but her eyes were empty, black and endless, like someone had painted over them. "You shouldn't be here, honey," she said in that same cheerful voice. "Not yet." I stumbled back, knocking over a chair as she took one slow step toward me. "The others, they were waiting, but you just wandered in." She raised a hand and the walls began to shimmer. Literally shimmer. Like heat waves on asphalt. The checkered floor rippled and the red booths started to fade, becoming outlines and then shadows and then nothing. And then I saw it, underneath the illusion. It was charred wood, cracked tile, broken beams, and black soot. Like the diner had burned down long ago. I ran. I don't even remember how I got out. 1 second I was inside, and the next I was on the side of the road, soaked to the bone and gasping for air. My car was still there, pulled up with the ceiling missing, parked on gravel that didn't even look like a lot anymore. Just weeds and puddles. Thanks, Sherry. No neon sign, no glowing windows, just nothing. I drove back to campus that night in silence. No music. No Porch Lore podcast. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that red neon flicker back to life. I didn't tell anyone, not for weeks. Not until I finally looked up Sycamore Diner on a local history site. And I found it. It burned to the ground in 1972. A gas leak. The whole place went up at midnight, and everyone inside was killed. 5 patrons, a waitress, and a cook. The photo in the article. Same checkerboard floor, same red boots, same neon sign. SYCAMORE. And in the corner of the photo was Brooke, that same waitress, smiling. I never took that back road again. I don't even drive at night anymore if I can help it. And every time I see a neon diner sign, something in me flinches just a little. Because I know I was there. And I know I wasn't supposed to be. But the part that keeps me up sometimes, the part that really makes my stomach turn, that was the best damn grilled cheese I've ever had. And I didn't even pay for it. And that's the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. Thank you, Porch Pals, for spending your evening with me. Love you guys. And if you'd like to join me tomorrow for my daytime live, I will be on at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Witchy Wednesday. During the day, I'm on camera. We don't tell stories. I just hang out. Daz, oh, you're so funny. Daz, are you going live? Good night, everybody. And I'll see you tomorrow for Witchy Wednesday. And if you can't make it to Witchy Wednesday, don't worry. I still go live tomorrow night too at 10 p.m. So I hope you guys get some wonderful sleep. And if you aren't able to fall asleep, good night, sun and moon. Love you. And good night, lovely. If you guys aren't able to fall asleep, head on over to my YT channel. And I do have, okay, Scream Queen. Sounds good. And I do have a playlist over there called Bedtime Stories where you can fall asleep to all of these stories. You can hit shuffle or play all and loop it and you'll be snoozing. Good night, Eric. Good night, Rachel. Good night, Mackenzie. So I hope you guys all sleep well and don't forget. Also, thank you, Archangelo and LK and Sherry and Jess and Steven and Scott and Deborah and Skrilla and Neil and Nate and Phyllis and Scream Queen and everybody else. Thank you so much for all the love tonight. Thank you, Justin, and my amazing mods, Kim and Lovely. And oh, thank you. That was so pretty, okay? And don't forget, guys, stay spooky.